Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Here.
Mr. Dyson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Slomski-Pritz, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, it doesn't actually say that there's a time on our agenda for the mayor's report, but I'd very much like to have one. Mr. Mayor, do you have a report tonight?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think the best way to handle this is to leave myself open to questions from members of the Assembly. That way I will be more direct in my ability to answer the questions that might have arisen in the last week or so. So if the members of the Assembly have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay. Let's see here. So I have a question about Dempsey. I had heard that there were now plans to use that. Is that true? Has there been anything, expansion from the Boki and Sullivan Arena usage as a homeless facility?
There is a plan in works to use the Dempsey Arena once the ice melts as a place for individuals who are under investigation for COVID or who have light cases of it. It will be a secure facility, meaning that people will not be able to wander in and out of it, but that is currently the plan.
Thank you. I guess before I have a question in the queue, one other from me. On Friday, you extended the two of your executive orders from the 31st until the 14th of April. Could you give us a brief update about why you chose to do that?
Well, I only went to the 14th of April because that's the time that you guys gave me to have emergency powers. I would have gone farther than that had you extended the emergency powers longer. And we are in the early phases of this COVID epidemic. And to this point, we have responded quickly, and we have done what's necessary to protect the safety and well-being of the people of Anchorage. And the results have been productive as measured against what's going on in other communities. What we've also been able to do is buy time so we can not only flatten the curve, but raise the bar. That is to say, we have done a good job preparing our medical resources and expanding them in ways that other communities haven't had the opportunity to do. If you look at the trajectory of the disease in places like Italy or New York, they did not get started as early as we did, and the results have been devastating and tragic. It's my hope that we can stay prepared and get more prepared if we have a longer period of time to respond to this epidemic, this pandemic.
Thank you. I have a question from Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I want to speak to, I appreciate so much what you and the municipality is doing. I think hopefully we were able to get out ahead of a lot of this just by the fact that we started early and we have the benefit of seeing all the things that are happening in other countries and certainly on the East and West Coast. But anyway, my question is in regard to what we might be doing to try to handle the crowds a little bit better that seem to be circulating around the Sullivan Arena and Ben Boki. There have been some negative impacts to the community members who live there, and I was just wondering what has been our answer to addressing some of the concerns there. Thank you.
Mr. Schuette is going to come forward and answer it, and we've heard those concerns, and the short version is we have stepped up security, and we have other measures in place, and Mr. Schuette will elaborate.
Is this on? Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, got to bend over for the short mic here. Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. So I think that Assemblymember Kennedy raises a very good point that we've talked about in great detail with Assemblymember Constant and a few other people. Let me start by laying out the current state of play down at the Boakey Sullivan Mass Shelter. So currently there are 2 security contractors that are available resources for that site. So Phoenix Security is the name of the security subcontractor that Beans Cafe utilizes for on-site or on-premise, thanks Bruce, on-premise security needs. And then we have also contracted with Securitas, who just handed me this, for 24/7 security both at the perimeter and into the adjacent neighborhood that overlooks the center. Securitas is currently mobilized on a 24/7 basis with supposed to be doing hourly patrols through the neighborhood there to provide an extra layer of security for any clients who either have left the campus area or, frankly, individuals who are not allowed on the campus or have been expelled from the campus. We're continuing to hear a lot of concerns about the impact of this. Many of you got the email today from Mr. Osowski's local attorney who has a building down there as well. To supplement those 2 security forces and to help with APD, who does have a regular presence in that neighborhood, we have begun discussing with the Anchorage Downtown Partnership what subcontracting with them for the foot patrols that they call security ambassadors would look like. So between the 3 levels of security and the constant APD, availability of APD, we hope to have a more visible presence of security in that neighborhood for people who live there, but also to begin to positively impact some of the negative consequences that we have seen from the shift in the populations.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Mr. Bockenstadt, you want in the queue?
Yes, I will just add on a little bit to Chris in that we believe that the ADP ambassadors will be able to start as early as tomorrow, but no later than towards the end of this week. And one of the duties that we have asked them to also do as they go around and kind of walk around in these neighborhoods is to clean up some of the trash that is left behind. So hopefully that will make the neighborhood look better, as there is always some trash that is available to pick up.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstadt. Ms. Kennedy, do you have a follow-up to that?
No, thank you. I appreciate the update. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dyson, you're in the queue.
Yeah, 2 things. I, too, appreciate what you all have done, and that looked like it may have been questionable 2 weeks ago now looks very responsible, and you deserve the credit for that.
Could you say that again?
I'm sorry, Fred, could you speak into the microphones of people?
But could you say that again so my mother can hear that I was responsible? I would really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, I didn't hear any of that. But people on the phone didn't hear any of that, unfortunately.
Dear Mom, both you and I like your son. I just appreciate that the mayor and his team have gotten ahead in that which looked questionable and draconian 15, 20 days ago. Now it looks like real wise and prudence. You deserve credit for that. 2 things. I think this is not pejorative, but our homeless population are going to be a significant risk.
So there's a couple of, let me begin at the beginning. First of all, I think the Assembly deserves a lot of credit for having worked with the administration to put these measures in place, and I'm appreciative, and I also think that we're fortunate to live in a community that was willing to take these kind of steps, I think, faster than any other community in the country did. So I want to thank the Assembly for having that foresight and working together with us. I'd also like to say that we recognize that the homeless population, it's not sustainable to keep housing at the Boakey Sullivan complex. That was never the intention. The reason why we moved there was because we were following CDC, Center for Disease Control recommendations that the concentration of individuals at the at Beans, Brother Francis people were too tight together, and so we found the one thing that we could open relatively quickly where we could spread people out. But at the same time, and one of the things that we're working hard to stand up, and we worked with the charitable organizations, is we're trying to get as many of those people into more permanent housing as quickly as possible. Tomorrow, we should be standing up an ability where we're going to help navigate individuals into housing as quickly as we possibly can. We have worked in conjunction with the nonprofit sector to bring navigators in place and are working diligently to reduce the number of people who are homeless as quickly as possible. But right now we are in the immediacy of this particular moment. But there is thought that's being given to what's going to happen next, that we cannot go back to the situation that we had before where there was the crowds that we had at Beans, Brother Francis, and that we have to have a different solution moving forward. And some of the efforts that were being made prior to the onset of COVID are continuing. They're just less visible now. But there is a stronger effort and a more immediate need to reduce the number of homelessness as quickly as possible. In terms of incarcerating or holding people who have the disease, this is one of the functions who might be homeless. If we can identify people like that, and we have worked with medical groups to help do the screening that's possible, if we can identify individuals who are either who have the disease, they are going to be at the Dempsey Arena in the greatest of likelihood. And once they are there, they are there. They are not. It's a secure facility. People will not be permitted to leave. So it's not an incarceration, but for public health purposes, it is a hard quarantine. The question is, how are we doing on the medical supplies issue? There's good news and hopeful news and sad news on all those fronts. Let me begin with the sad news. Is one of the things that really pushed hard on me was I got a text this week from Mayor de Blasio's office in New York City where they were begging for ventilators. And I had to say we have 129 ventilators in Anchorage, and we're going to be responsible for patients from across the state. We can't give them up, and this is tragic. The better news is we've also had a lot of really creative people in Anchorage come forward and across Alaska and start to build some of the equipment that we need. And I learned today that in particular with the N95 masks, I learned today that one of the manufacturers of ventilators had made its design more open source, and so people thought that there was the possibility of being able to build them in place, which I think is encouraging. I have had conversations with people in the municipality, at the state, in the medical community, across Anchorage, who are seeking personal protective equipment across the globe. I've heard about it coming from Greenland. I've heard about it from China, and also what we can manufacture here. So there are a lot of people very diligently tracking what we need. We do not have what we need yet, but I have some degree of hope that we will get what we need. But every day that we don't have what we need puts not only the general public at risk, but the medical providers at risk. And that inhibits our ability to respond to the pandemic. So we are working feverishly right now. I've got a couple of phone calls stacked up that are about PPE specifically.
Mr. Chair, one more if I may.
Okay, we have some other people in the queue, though.
Yeah, so I understand that subcontractor industrial masks work pretty darn good. sheetrockers and painters particularly. Yeah, so you guys probably been poking around to see.
We're poking around there. We asked for contributions, and we received significant number of contributions of masks from those kind of sources, and we are distributing them according to a agreed upon distribution pattern. It's not enough. It's not enough for what we need.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the mayor and his team for being so responsive and so diligent during this time. So 2 questions moving to sort of an economic focus. So first is tomorrow there might be the potential for a lot of people feeling very stressed out, first of the month. One of the requests that was made in a resolution passed last week was around asking the Department of Law, Municipal Department of Law, to work with tenants and landlords to figure out whether some type of template for payment plans or other mechanisms to assist. And so just wanted to get an update on that. And then second, wanted to see if the mayor had any update on the economic task force that he formed in response to COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think I'll take a crack at the first one regarding the payment of rent and not allowing evictions to happen. The state legislature, in one of their final pieces of legislation that they passed, SB 241, actually spoke to this quite clearly, both on the rental side and also on the folks that have mortgages. And I'll just read a very brief portion of it, but it's essentially that until the date the governor determines, or until June 30th, 2020, whichever earlier, the statutory cause of action for forcible entry and detainer for non-payment of rent or any other statutory cause of action that could be used to evict or otherwise eject a person who is a residential tenant for non-payment of rent, including for non-payment of rent for a storage unit for personal property, is suspended. The only thing that the renter is required to do is file or provide the landlord with a signed statement sworn under penalty of perjury that the person is experiencing financial hardship related to the COVID-19 public health emergency. So I believe that the state legislature with that piece of legislation has actually taken care of that problem.
This is Chris Judy, Economic and Community Development Director. We're tag teaming this one. So I'll take the second half of that question for 600 Alex. It's about the Economic Recovery Task Force. So this group was convened by Mayor Berkowitz, I think 2 weeks now, 3 weeks. I'm losing track of time, co-chaired by Bill Popp and Julie Soppe. That group has 5 areas of focus right now, and those 5 areas include all 3, a federal, a state, and a local policy group. Those are 3 separate groups. They have a business, I call it the cool group, the sort of business idea group that are looking at ways that we can locally support and stimulate our neighborhood businesses. And then, of course, there is a communications group that is ever important. One of the things on your agenda tonight is a byproduct of the local policy group. We've got an item that we laid on the table that proposes to reduce fees in the permitting world. This was an idea that was generated through the local policy group that bubbled up that we're bringing to you. There will be others to follow on behind that. I will also add that we have now convened a Girdwood-specific economic resiliency task force meeting. We did that on Monday. I'm losing track of time. Chugiak Eagle River is following later this week. So we're trying to do a better job of integrating our northern and southern neighbors into that group. They have a lot to add, and they actually have very distinct impacts that they're feeling related to the economy. But obviously more updates as the group meets and as these come out.
Thank you, Mr. Schuette.
Let me just add to that when we're looking at the economic question. I think there's a number of different timeframes that are important to consider. First is the immediacy of what we can do to offer relief. Then what are we going to do for stabilization? What are we going to do for revitalization? And then I think there should be attention given to what are some of the underlying structural issues that we saw that have been revealed by the economic dislocation that's a consequence of the COVID pandemic. And if we can address all of these levels of response, we will emerge from this better than we might otherwise have been. But it's also important to recognize that the federal stimulus package is in play and is going to be somewhat of a relief for all of us in Alaska, that there's more than $1 billion coming our way from the federal stimulus package, that the state legislature offered some measure of assistance in ways that we hadn't anticipated and I also think will be helpful. And at the local level, we have done things like defer property tax for a month, which is as far as we can go without causing incredible harm to the municipality's solvency. We have limitations on what we can do, but we are continuing to look for other ways that we can afford relief to people in the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rivera tells me he doesn't have a follow-up right now. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and your team for being so responsive throughout these weeks with questions. One is somewhat of a request with a question and then an unrelated question. I would love if the mayor's office could be reminding everyone about outdoor social distancing every time they speak. There's been a lot of concern about that folks aren't necessarily observing that 6-foot rule. Related to that, playground and playground equipment, are there any plans to close or put up signage so that folks know to not be on the playground equipment? Again, another big concern with outdoor recreation. And then the second question, unrelated, I appreciate that the municipality is working on Housing First to try to house as many individuals who are in mass shelter as possible. But earlier today in the press conference from the EOC, Mr. Falsey indicated that we still don't have the kind of case management and support structures we need for Housing First because we still don't have stable funding. So I'd like a little bit more information about how those two things play together, because if we are going to do Housing First, I think we are still stuck with some of the challenges we had before this emergency. Thank you.
Through the Chair, Chris Schutte, OECD. I'll handle the first part of that question and talk specifically to the parks and playgrounds. So when we first began closing down public facilities, we also focused on communication to indicate that things like the playgrounds and rinks were probably going to be next. We have now fully transitioned into complete closure. So playgrounds, ice rinks, for example, signage and information on social media and all other channels are going out. Parks already put out, I believe, playgrounds on Monday. Rinks, which we learned today, people are still gathering on ice rinks, is going to follow. But an important partner in this will be the school district. There's a number of facilities that are on school district property where we know from reports from the public people are still congregating. In fact, we have reports of soccer teams convening to practice, which I envy them because they're outside, but also it's not a good idea. So we are working hard to push the message coming from the health department on what is and is not acceptable for gatherings, and then where appropriate or where we have authority, we are closing those facilities.
Do you have a follow-up, Ms. Zolotel?
Not on that, no, thank you. I appreciate the information. I did have the second question regarding Housing First.
Right, thank you.
So the question of housing it's a challenging one. It was a challenging question beforehand, and we have bad choices and limited options, as has always been the case. Our financing picture has not changed fundamentally since before the pandemic came, and we are trying to utilize the fact that we have changed the dynamic of the sheltering system as a way of changing the way that we can provide services to people who are in the homeless, who are caught in the grips of homelessness. Tomorrow we will be standing up a navigation system for people who are homeless at the Boakey Sullivan Arena. We are using some of the resources that the Rasmussen Foundation has granted to, I believe, Beans initially, but we are trying to work in conjunction with other providers so that we're able to serve as many people as possible. We also know that Catholic Social Services right now has received approximately $300,000 for rent relief, rapid rehousing. And my conversations with Catholic Social Services tell me that in the last 2 weeks they have housed 35 people. I'm not so sure how that compares to what was being done before, but the fact that we are now on a daily basis, or I asked for on a daily basis, a number of people who are being housed through the Coalition to End Homelessness, as well as other organizations that are providing housing, should move things forward. Is this the complete answer? Heck no. But if there were an easy way of solving this problem, it would have been solved. And if people had better answers, I'm always willing to entertain what they are. But we are continuing to make progress. I appreciate the fact that last meeting, which seems like an eternity ago, the Assembly ratified our Pay for Success program. We are going to begin to deploy that as rapidly as we can, and we are going to take the assets that we have right now and see what we can do.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel, do you have a follow-up to that?
No, just a request, please, that if there is rehousing information, if it could be shared with us, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
We will make all that information available if it's done in something more than just a telephone call. But I would like to see it done in a more formalized way so all of us have information to that data. I think it helps incentivize the providers to look harder, and it also stimulates the kind of conversation that allows for the sort of collaboration that makes it more and more possible to solve problems.
Thank you. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Thank you. As relates to security and all of the concerns that you've heard relating to around the arena and actually from Chester Creek to Ship Creek, makes my blood pressure rise. My doctor would tell me it's an unhealthy level, and my eyes bulge a little bit. And so I'm just going to take a really deep breath and believe that you guys are going to do what needs to be done to not only ensure the safety of the homeless people in our community, but also to protect the people who live in the downtown from the secondary effects of this. There's a lot of things I could say, but all I'm going to say is I believe. Second, I have a question for the mayor, and you may or may not want to.
Can I answer that first thing?
Yep.
There's a couple of things that are under consideration. We're working hard to happen. I want to make sure that we are closing the Chester Creek Trail to camping, and we're in the process of figuring out how to do that and getting that done. I also want to make it more likely that people who are eating at the Boakey Sullivan arenas are also staying there. So it's for their safety and for the public safety as well.
So the second question, it's the big one. In your next 2 weeks, you would be wise to contemplate putting out some messaging along how far out in the future you imagine this emergency declaration to last. Because we're going to be asked in 2 weeks to answer that question. And so where are you imagining right now, if you're prepared to say, or will you get back with us soon with that message?
I have been very clear that there is no hard date on this and that we are closer to the beginning than the end. This is a little bit like asking America when it entered World War II, how long is this going to last? We don't know. We know that we are confident of victory in the end. I'm confident of victory in the end, and I'm confident we'll see our way through. But I cannot give you a hard date. I can tell you that we are going to continue to try and acquire the data that's necessary to analyze our progress in this, in our effort to overcome the disease and see our way through it. So we're going to be looking carefully at trend lines. We're going to be looking in terms of the number of people who are infected. We are in many ways hamstrung in the choice of options we have about decisions we make because the places that have opened up have widespread testing. and tracing. And this country does not have widespread testing or tracing. If we could test everybody every day and there was instantaneous results, we could all take a test and we would know right away what our situation was. We could see where hotspots were developing. We could take precautions. We just don't know. And because our options are limited, we do the one thing that we can do, which is to physically distance ourselves from one another. I'm hopeful that over time we'll have a better ability to test and a clearer idea of what's going to happen into the future. But there is no fixed date on this.
So you missed my question, though. Inside of all of that, I was asking you, in 2 weeks, we are going to be asked to extend this emergency. Do you have a frame in time for us to start contemplating so that when we have that vote to make, it's not a surprise, here's the answer, but instead we have some time to think about it when in time? Doesn't mean that's when it will be ending. The question is, when would you contemplate us extending this emergency authority to you into the future so you can continue doing this work? That's the subtler question there. Not asking you when it's going to be over, but for the next round of this conversation, where in time should we be looking?
So, and I'm sorry my answer wasn't clear, and what I said was that we need more data, we need more information, and every day we acquire more data and more information. And in 2 weeks, we will know a lot more than we do today. And so when we get to that point in 2 weeks, I will have a better answer about what the extension will look like. But if people want an idea of what the future is going to be, then see what's happening in New York, or see what's happening in New Orleans, or see what's happening in Italy. And we don't want one of those kind of disasters to happen. It's also really important for people to understand that the disease can come back. That just because we are maintaining a low level of infection doesn't mean that the disease is not lurking out there. And this is why the more information we gather, the clearer our choice of options will be in the future.
So just last comment then, I think there are two forces at play there that need to be balanced. And one of them is the emergency, which we are all reckoning with. The other one is allowing people time to process in an orderly way all of these changes. And so the sooner you can cross that line and share with us your thinking on at what point the next step of this goes, then we'll be able to more easily communicate to our constituency and have a yes vote easier when the day comes.
So
thank you.
All of us live in this community, and your constituents are my constituents. Your friends are my friends. Your neighbors are my neighbors. My family is not your family. But I hear from this on an ongoing basis. This is hard. This is boring. This is difficult. But this is also the kind of time that asks us to be better than we would otherwise be. And there are no easy answers. The sacrifices we are making today will help us into the future. And part of what's wrapped into your question is an acknowledgement these are incredibly difficult and stressful economic times for people. We don't know how much money is flowing into our pocket. We don't know where our paychecks are going to come from, and that is really tough. But it is critically important for everybody to understand that fixing the public health goes hand in hand with making sure that the economy is functional. You cannot have a broken public health system, a broken people fearful of their well-being, and try and resurrect the economy at the same time. We have got to do both at the same time, and we are going to puzzle this out. We have done this in the past. The world has lived through or survived pandemics before. We will do it again.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
The governor granted the legislature granted the governor through November. So hopefully we'll have a sense by then. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. All right. Actually, I have a very brief update as the chair's report. I'm just going to say again, thank you very much for my colleagues that are on the phone. We are trying to work together with the clerk's office to maintain that social distancing and reduce the number of people that are in this in this room. At this point, we don't have a plan for another meeting before April 14th, but of course that can change. Also, very briefly, this is something that goes off what Mr. Rivera said. For the people watching at home, and I've been told there are dozens of you, tomorrow, the first of the month, is when SNAP and WIC benefits are typically dispersed as well. And for those of you that know, only certain goods, foodstuffs, and other critical items can be purchased with those benefits. But it is likely to be a very busy day at the grocery stores. And so if you are able to, like myself, it would be a good idea to avoid going to the grocery store for the next day or two, again, to give those folks a chance to hopefully use those benefits and get the critical foodstuffs that they need. And as we've reiterated here many times, our supply lines are intact, but unfortunately sort of spikes in shopping and hoarding have made it difficult for some folks to get the groceries that they need. So again, if those would like to join me in not shopping at the grocery store for the next day or two, I think that would be appreciated. With that, could I get a motion to incorporate the late on the table items into the agenda?
So moved.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to incorporating the two late on the table items, 6 Bravo and 7 Bravo, into the agenda? Oh, I'm sorry, and the AIM. What's the number for that? AIM 412020. Any opposition? Okay. Why don't we... All right, very good. Hearing no opposition, those items have been incorporated. We have no consent agenda tonight, but those items will come up under 6 and 7. So with that, we now have before us item 4A, ordinance number AO 2020-21, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 3.80 Civil Emergency to ensure that emergency powers can be exercised in the temporary absence or incapacity of the mayor or other delegated authority, to modernize various provisions and to provide that a proclamation of emergency shall terminate after 7 days unless extended by the Assembly. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
No, Mr. Chair, there's no motion pending.
Is public hearing closed or open?
Public hearing is closed.
So public hearing is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved?
Second.
And seconded. Okay. Is there an S version of this one? No. Okay. Mr. Wilbur, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In reviewing the proposed amendments from the Assembly that were provided this evening, while some of the proposed amendments we have seen before and have considered them, some of them have seen some significant changes, particularly on the last amendment, number 4. So while we have been working to address the concerns and the issues that were raised at our last meeting last week, the administration would respectfully request that we could postpone this until the first meeting in May. And the reason I propose the first meeting in May is our April meeting is going to be set with the budget and a variety of other additional measures related to emergency ordinance and probably some additional appropriations. So we're going to be talking about that tonight, and based on the conversation of extending the emergency order, we might have some additional work throughout April. And so there's a lot of good work in here. Some of the things I think we can get along with, and some of the things we really need to study a little bit more. To Mr. Weddleton on the line, we had looked at your review of the questions that you had proposed, particularly at number 4, while some of those we could go along with, and then some of the clarification that you asked as it related to the powers of the municipal manager. We also concurred with your legal counsel and noted that the executive powers cannot be afforded to the municipal manager. We recognize that too, and so we're trying to find an amenable and workable solution that benefits not only the executive branch but something that legislative branch can work with. So we would respectfully ask if we could postpone this, study your amendments, and then get back together on the first meeting in May. Thank you.
Would the intention be to have an S version before May?
I believe it would be. Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thanks. Not that I would support this idea, but I have a question that hasn't been asked, and I would love this to be added into the conversation when we get to it down the road. Would renaming the municipal manager position to deputy mayor be something that would solve the conundrum? And I don't need an answer to that now, but just a question to be added to the list of processes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Are there any motions either to amend or to postpone?
Move to postpone to the May 5th meeting. Was that the
Second.
date?
Who was that on the phone? Ms. Zolotow?
France.
No? So? See. Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Okay, so there's a motion to postpone until May 5th from Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Perez-Redia, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess the question I have is there an opportunity for some sort of work session that we could have prior to the next meeting? The concern I have is that the work on this is going to be done within the administration, and a number of us are going to be thinking about, amendments and that sort of thing. Is there an opportunity for us as an entire group to come together and have a discussion about this prior to the next meeting?
Is it before our next meeting or before May 5th? The motion is...
I'm sorry. I meant before May 5th, so that we have an opportunity as a collective group to have a discussion about this.
Work sessions are a little bit of a hardship on our staff, but I think we can probably figure out a way to do most of it remotely. So if people can't get their questions asked through email or the suggestions through email, but between now and May 5th, I'll commit to having a work session probably between April 14th and May 5th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Redia. Let's see here. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little surprised about I guess I shouldn't be, but I was a little surprised about the idea that there would be a postponement, a request from the administration, because I thought that this was really urgent, and therefore that's why I know that Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Rivera and Mr. Gates and I were all working pretty hard on trying to get something together so that we could really talk about this tonight. I don't necessarily oppose postponing this. But I will say that if the administration is going to begin to work on this, that they would keep in mind that I believe there is a strong desire of at least 3 assembly members, myself included, to make sure that the powers, the veto powers and the emergency powers are protected basically by an elected official, and that they stay in the hands of somebody that is elected by the citizens of the municipality. So I will also say that I think that if we could have a work session on that, and I appreciate the idea that we would do that, we could probably better flesh out a little bit of the concept behind that. And if we can do that, something where we can, do a Zoom kind of thing or whatever, it would be really helpful. So I don't oppose postponing this, but again, there was quite a bit of concern that the concept of being able to declare an emergency would actually be outside of the hands of an elected official. And I guess I would comment too that in Mr. Constant's comment about having a deputy mayor, we already have an acting mayor role that's basically in code and charter. So if anything, if we wanted to define a little bit better about what that is, that might be the role there that we have. But unless we decide that we're going to begin to elect a vice mayor or assistant mayor or whatever, again, I go back to the thought that the concept is that emergency powers are so important and so can be, as we're learning, so dramatic and impactful that we need to make sure that that stays in the hands of an elected official. So I will leave it at that and say I'll support the idea of postponing unless somebody really thinks we should just begin to have this conversation right now. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's fine with me to postpone. I have no issues with that. I just wanted to thank everyone for working on all these amendments. And like Mr. Perez-Verdia, I think we would really benefit from a work session. And sooner than later, I'd prefer that we not do it right before the meeting, because I think that some of the issues that Ms. Kennedy brought up are things that we should probably talk about it as a group and really need to do before major drafting happens, because I think there are parts of that amendment that I'd like to discuss in more detail.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zolotel?
I agree with the last statement from Ms. Quinn Davidson, sooner than later, because I think work sessions often spur new ideas and probably some additional amendments or drafting. I do have a question. Should the mayor become temporarily unavailable right now, what would happen? Because we say this is an area where we don't have something in the code. So if we're pushing off till May, can someone tell me what would happen now?
Would anyone like to attempt from the administration to answer that question?
We get Mayor Dunbar.
That's only if the mayor is sort of permanently removed. In the case of a temporary incapacitation, Ms. Vogel or anyone else, Mr. Wilbur, could you say what would happen?
I'll attempt this one. Right now, what would happen is if the mayor would be temporarily incapacitated or unavailable, the decisions would still likely remain within the executive branch. If the mayor were literally not available at all on an incubator or not be able to serve his duties and knowing that we're not going to be returning, then we'd be looking to the assembly chair to take over those roles.
But, I mean, this is the central question of this ordinance, right? No one would have, for that temporary period before you had an acting mayor, you would have no one with the emergency powers.
And that is why, in our original proposal, we were trying to address this, the solution in one of the sections in there with concurrent or a list of individuals that would have that power, knowing that it wouldn't be the municipal manager. So that obviously is not acceptable to the assembly. The ability to give it all to the chair at that point during temporary is a concern at the administrative level. So that is the heart of where we're trying to do it. To get to Ms. Zolotel's question, that's the challenge that we have, but right now it would be within the executive branch, and so we're trying to get some resolution that's beneficial to everyone.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Is there any action that could be taken in this interim time period that would just clear up the question for the next month and a bit?
At the moment, I don't believe so. I think the proposal that we have is our best thoughts right now, unless I'll look to brighter minds at the end of the table. But that's kind of where we are right now. It's an unfortunate situation. And also the AO22, 2020-22 that would go before the voters, that also would help clarify this matter so that the manager would then have those emergency powers as well. So we are in a bit of a jam here, but I do think that, as we've discussed, I believe, doing a very good job both at the administrative side and with support from the legislative side to address the matter, and we're just going to keep doing what we do until we figure out we have to do something different.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Ms. Kennedy?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was just trying to look up the actual citation in the code. And the problem is correct. I mean, Mr. Wilbur is correct in talking about what the problem actually is and kind of why we're here to begin with this proposed ordinance. And that is it's conflicting. We have information in the code and in both the code and the charter that basically conflicts. And what it says right now, one of the things that it says is that the municipal manager cannot have emergency or veto power. So without the mayor, those powers are undesignated right now. So right now, because we're already under the mayor's declaration of emergency, that shouldn't be an issue. But if we were to go off of that, Or I could see potentially if there was an additional emergency order done within the declaration of emergency, there really is no one right now with the authority to do that. So that's where the conflict is, and that's why I said I'm kind of surprised that we started off with this whole ordinance kind of in an emergency, thinking we need to hurry up and reconcile this, but now we're all willing to postpone it. So again, we kind of leave it up in the air where there's no real answer. But I think Ms. Solitel's question is a good one. You know, can we do anything right at the moment to even temporarily rectify this so that we don't come across some kind of an instance where we're left without the authority for anybody to actually take on that role of emergency powers or even veto power. So I'm just kind of leaving it as an open-ended question as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, is the succession of the chair as a replacement for a mayor who is vacant, is that a charter or statute?
Would one of our attorneys like to speak to that? Is it charter or code? Ms. Vogel?
Through the chair, that is in charter.
All right. And if the answer had been different, I would have asked the question, can we smith the words tonight to insert there that process would be followed if it was just a temporarily unavailable mayor, that the chair could take the position temporarily. But my question is moot. My suggestion is moot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Is there any other discussion about this motion to postpone? Mr. Mayor, does your button not work, or?
Apparently it's not working.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
And as members of the Assembly know, I am usually loath to engage in debate, feeling that this is an Assembly meeting, not a mayor's meeting. But I appreciate the gentleness with which you all have surmised upon my well-being. And I thought I would offer a perspective that might be helpful in your deliberation at this point. The consideration right now is of the mayor as a single individual. I would think that a better way of looking at it, based on my experience, is that it is really an administration that you're talking about. And when you think about a succession or an interruption of a mayor's performance of his or her duties, then you ought to also contemplate the fact that a mayor is really the sum of an administration, and that as this administration has encountered this particular emergency, the decisions that have been made, the actions that have been taken, have been done collectively by this administration, not as a result of any single thing I personally have done. And I hope that gives people some measure of comfort that were something unpleasant to befall me, this administration would continue to exist, and it would continue to execute the responsibilities of the executive branch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess very briefly, I mean, your administration has asked for a motion to postpone, right? I mean, you've asked us to do so. So that runs a little bit counter to the idea that we need to pass this immediately in case you do get sick, right?
No, I don't believe it does.
So you can promise us you won't get sick for the next 35 days.
I will do my best.
Good.
I will practice my social distancing, my hand washing, and I will do all those things. But what I'm concerned about is that there hasn't been the real discussion about what the role of an administration is in the context of this debate. It is focused on an individual with a particular set of powers, that is the veto power, the declaration powers. I think that given the way that this administration has worked with this assembly, we have done things for the most part, by consensus. And I would see no urgency of us deviating from that in the immediate future. I think that this question it's an important question, and it might be more of an issue were it the result of or occurring under the circumstances of a different administration encountering a different assembly. But I think that the working relationship here is strong, and the consensus has been strong as well.
Thank you. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to add something that I've advised sponsors of this amendment on regarding emergency powers. And while we've talked about the mayor's emergency powers and the municipal manager not being able to have them per the charter, we do have the assembly able to act in an emergency by passing an emergency ordinance, and you can pass in Charter 1003. You can introduce and pass it at the same meeting, so we need to go through an introduction period and so forth. And I think that, nobody, heaven forbid the mayor falls ill, but if he does within the next month, when this is postponed to, if that is the case, you still have the ability to call an emergency meeting, a moment's notice, and pass similar imposition of regulations that the mayor has been able to pass with his emergency orders. And that's how I see it. So we're not completely without some sort of resort to some emergency powers.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Very good point. Mr. Constant?
And just slightly dovetailing on that, because that's where my mind was at, that we have that power, is that, in 14 days we'll be asked to extend this emergency to some point in the future. That probably is the only action that would run into that emergency powers that's in the charter and the code at this time. It's the actual declaration. Whatever processes are underway and currently implemented are just procedural for the municipality in the interim. And so it's not like there's a daily declaration of an emergency or exercise of that power, I don't think. And so I would argue that the mayor, we just need to keep you healthy for 2 more weeks. So stay well.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to comment that in dealing with all of this and really looking at this kind of just from its conceptual perspective, I don't believe that anybody's been looking at this as what's happening in the current administration, because I don't think anybody has any heartburn with what's going on. But I think all of us have been looking at it kind of in perpetuity. What does this look like if, in an emergency, none of us are here? And that has been kind of what I think drives a lot of the conversation behind how we want to make sure that we've got processes nailed down that work and make sense. So I guess I just want to make sure that nobody thinks that they're being targeted in this, or that we think that there is some something really awful that needs to be fixed. I don't think that's the case at all. I think we're trying to use what is in code currently, what's in charter, and try to make it make sense, because a lot of it is contradictory. And I just want to make sure that nobody thinks that this is all because somebody's doing a terrible job and we don't trust the administration or somebody in it. That is not it at all. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite of that. I think there is a lot of trust here and a lot of understanding that the administration absolutely, for the most part, functions under the city manager, the municipal manager's guidance. And I think everybody recognizes that really right now, especially right now during an emergency declaration, that's an incredibly important job. So anyway, just wanted to make that final comment, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Are there any other final comments or questions before we vote on the motion to postpone? Okay. Please vote on the motion to postpone until May 5th.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah.
Ms. Solotaw?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. We are now on item 4B, ordinance number AO 2020-22, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly submitting to the qualified voters of the municipality of Anchorage at the regular municipal election on April 6, 2021, a ballot proposition amending Anchorage Municipal Charter Article 5, the executive branch, to permit delegation of the mayor's emergency powers. Public hearing was closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone.
Second.
I think it was Mrs. Alatel.
I was going to move to postpone till the first meeting in June.
Not in May?
September.
Okay, all right. First meeting in June, seconded by Mr. Constant. That is June 2nd. Any discussion on this item? I'm sorry, yeah, any discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chair, briefly, I'll speak to it. Why I picked June. It's just to give an opportunity for us to hopefully deal with the other ordinance, make sure whatever we may want to put before the voters is consistent, but not delay it so long as that we have to come back to it, after it's maybe not fresh in our minds. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Okay, any other discussion on that motion to postpone until June 2nd? I haven't gotten any messages, and I don't see anyone in the queue. So please vote on that motion to postpone.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zeller?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously. We are now on item 5A, ordinance number AO 2020-41, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 3.80, Civil Emergency, to allow the Assembly to terminate individual emergency regulations or orders without terminating the period of emergency, introduced by the Department of Law. Public testimony is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone who asked to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haberman has asked to speak to this item as well as 5B.
Okay, let's call him and ask him to speak to. Well, we'll just have him do one at a time. There's only two of them.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Haberman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Yes, which items?
We are now speaking to item 5A regarding the Assembly's ability to terminate individual emergency regulations or order without terminating the period of emergency. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Metro Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, decision made by the governing body, more like the public interest. Note this, number one, I see regarding to the Assembly doing what we call a resolution to do a change. And I don't question a resolution, but I question the process when you do a resolution. Because a practice has been, resolutions don't have to be introduced at one meeting for hearing at the next. And resolutions also can be on the original part of the agenda where there's no place for the public to speak. So that power in decision-making by the Assembly on matters that concern particularly the mayor, one would hope that you create a process that's fair and open with the people before that decision is made. And your practice of process on resolutions have shown that you do it in such a way that you put it on the agenda at for the same meeting without introduction. And so we're talking about a very important time in the state's history, and one would need to have more opportunities for the public to be heard on these issues and more time to review what's before them instead of fast-tracking and giving them little, in these cases, no time for the public to speak. And that ends my comment, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone else to speak to this item?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, with that, public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to second.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on this item?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Do we have a second for that?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, do you want to describe this? Does everyone have this in their packet? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. You want to describe this amendment, please, Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, this is something fairly simple. I think overall the ordinance is very helpful. You know, it would leave us, we could either just stop an entire emergency declaration or nothing else, and this lets us use a smaller hammer and, like remove an emergency order. This amendment lets us go with even a finer tool and say, well, maybe, the emergency declaration we like and the emergency orders we like, but there's like some aspect of one of the emergency orders we want to tweak a little bit, and this would let us do that. So this seems in the spirit of the goal of this ordinance overall. It just gives us all more flexibility.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on this amendment? All right, I'm not seeing any. Oh, so are any of the, there you go, Ms. Vogel. Do we need IT over in the administration section? Go ahead, Ms. Vogel.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I don't know, before my request to speak didn't work, but it looks like it's working now.
Okay, great.
The administration is opposed to this amendment. The charter vests emergency powers in the mayor, and it gives the police powers, powers of a peace officer in time of emergency to issue an emergency proclamation, to issue orders and regulations necessary. Our current code likewise follows that model and gives the powers to the mayor. It's my legal opinion that allowing the assembly to write, which is the power to revise emergency orders, actually violates the charter by giving those powers that are designated by code as belonging to the mayor to the assembly. Whereas this ordinance as a whole is giving the assembly a smaller power, a smaller hammer or a more refined tool than currently exists. So right now under charter, there's the very basic ability to end an emergency entirely, and this proposal from the administration allows the assembly not to have to take that drastic step, but instead to be able to essentially end not just any order, but also a specific regulation within any order. And that's a lot more fine-tuned ability to essentially have oversight over emergency powers than currently exists. But going this extra step of the ability to rewrite emergency orders itself, in my opinion, violates the separation of powers that's built into the charter, and it weakens the executive at a time of emergency in a way that's inappropriate.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Mr. Constant.
I would just like to hear Mr. Gates' perspective on that opinion.
Oh, he's in the queue. Mr. Gates.
Yes, thank you. I also have a perspective, and I've discussed this with Ms. Vogel as well. So my perspective is a little different than hers. I think that the charter isn't all that clear that this would be prohibited by charter language. What the charter does, and the section that Ms. Vogel referred to in Charter's 502D, that gives the mayor the power of a peace officer, and they exercise that power as chief executive officer to prevent disorder, to preserve the public health. And the second instance, the assembly may declare that the emergency no longer exists. And that says one power the assembly has, you may do that. It doesn't necessarily say that you cannot do other things. And I referred to more generally that the municipality has all legislative powers not prohibited by law or charter, and that's in our Section 3, I think, of the charter. And that's a very commonly held understanding that in order to have a power prohibited to the municipality or the legislative power to the assembly, it's got to be an express prohibition by law or charter or implied prohibition. And to be implied, it must be either that the two powers are irreconcilable with each other, we couldn't have one and not give the other effect, or that I guess, provision has completely occupied the field. That's not the right phrase I'm looking for, but the concept is the same to the extent that regulating has been prohibited to the assembly. So regulating in emergency powers prohibited, I don't really see that here in this language in the mayor's emergency powers. But what we're talking more about is what's implied by the charter language. And the way I see it, this issue is resolved more by the separation of powers doctrine. There's executive powers and legislative powers, and there's certain things that are just not within legislative powers that the mayor can do. And that's how I would interpret the limitations here. We have in code in chapter 380 assignments of those powers, and the assemblies is limited in that code chapter. I don't think it's necessarily means it's prohibited that we recognize that those powers are a little bit larger. And in that context, I would say if the assembly is able to modify an emergency order or regulation of the mayor, it would be limited by the separation of powers doctrine. And that means, for example, to point to some specific emergency orders. One was to use the Sullivan Arena and to close municipal facilities, and that's more of an administrative function, an allocation of our municipal resources. That's really an executive function, and I don't think the Assembly could modify that emergency order that the mayor has issued. However, EO number 3, that has the hunker down regulations, it has regulations that look more like setting out law for the duration of the emergency, similar to how we have ordinances that set out law for the citizens or residents of the municipality to follow in non-emergencies in Title 8. And I think that modifying those is within legislative powers. So I have a little different perspective than Ms. Vogel. And we have both talked about, well, is there some clear statement or controlling law, case law, or other provision of charter that resolves our different perspectives, and I don't think there is one. So that's, I guess, my perspective.
Thank you, Mr.
If you had any further questions, I'd
Okay, I have some
happy
other.
to
I asked him that question, though.
Okay, I have some other people in the queue. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gates, is there some line in between those two with this language that could be hewn that would say may be modified by passage of a resolution that does not violate the executive powers or separation of powers, so that that question that you just raised, that there is some difference there of these things, that could be defined here somehow? Because according to what I just heard you say, this is in some cases effective and in some cases not effective, and it might be wise to have some language toward that effective action.
I hesitate to say yes. I mean, maybe. I don't think that I could really devise that language on the fly tonight. It would take a little bit of research to finesse that language. There's some case law tests about what falls within executive powers and is not within legislative powers. We've seen some of that in the past. It's a little complicated, and there's overlap and so forth. So I wouldn't want to try to draft language for that tonight. But as an example, though, our charter even says all legislative powers not prohibited by law. Our charter doesn't say what those powers are. And the separation of powers doctrine itself, it's not stated in our U.S. or Alaska constitutions. It's just a doctrine that's developed by case law on how our form of government works.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. So in the queue, I have Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I have listened and understand both the points that Ms. Vogel raised and Mr. Gates raised. And maybe we can do this or find something in the middle like Mr. Constant is suggesting. But I guess the question that I have, and I don't know if Mr. Weddleton wants to answer this, is should we? It worries me about future use of this type of power if the assembly does have it. When the administration and when the mayor has issued his various EOs, they have all been very well informed, and the mayor right now and his team have access to all kinds of experts that we don't. So I don't understand why we would get in the middle of doing that when we don't have that kind of access that the administration has right now to clearly write these type of emergency orders. So I guess that's a question and a concern that I hope Mr. Whittleton can respond to.
Is it my turn now?
Go ahead, Mr. Whittleton.
Chair? Okay. Yeah, appreciate all this. Well, I think our current situation with the hunker down, I think it's what we have to do. I think when the mayor spoke that we're ahead of other cities and that'll work better for us, I agree with him from what I've seen and I'm learning, and I sure don't want to be New York City. But when I look at it and living the hunker down, and particularly with my business, there are some small aspects of it that simply don't meet the reality of running a business, and that's something that we'll discuss in 7B. That I think without negatively impacting the effort to fight, the COVID-19, we can just really acknowledge what is really going on at businesses right now, where people, you simply can't not go in. Give me $1,000 fine, I got to go in for some things. There's just, you can't help it. And that's not reflected in the orders. So I think he does have good advice. I admire the team, but there are some features that simply don't recognize the reality of the world and that can be resolved without diminishing the effectiveness of our fight against COVID-19. So we do need this power, and in fact we do. We have actually bigger power. I mean, right now we can cancel the whole thing. We can write our own emergency orders. So we're not out of the picture at all. This just lets us do it in a more cooperative way, and that's my intent with this and with 7B.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understood Mr. Gates, that the answer to the question was it depends on the emergency order or the regulation being modified, that there's just no, it really just depends on what the Assembly's trying to do?
Yes, that's correct. It would be looking at what are you trying to modify exactly. And the two examples I used, if you wanted to modify the emergency order to close certain public facilities, I don't think that that's within the legislative power to do so. But this regulation about hunker down and some of the specifics in it are rules for people to follow. And that's more, to me, like a lawmaking function and would be within legislative powers. So case by case, depending on what you're trying to do. And I would also add that this, I think, relates to the checks and balances system of our democratic form of government. And this would be the Assembly, I guess, their check on the mayor's emergency powers. I guess you could say the check is also just limited to terminating regulation. I guess that's where we haven't, resolved our different perspective.
May I ask a quick follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
This is for Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates, if we were to look at Mr. Weddleton's language and it would say, it could be said, maybe modified, utilizing or within the Assembly's legislative powers, something like that, would that be clear enough to get at this? Because I know it's bracketed by our legislative power, so I'm wondering if there's some way that we can make a statement that, or is it just implicit enough, because those are the powers we have, that we couldn't go beyond them, that would take care of any overstep concerns? Sorry about the dog.
Mr. Gates?
Well, I suppose you could add some words to that effect. I don't think it would have any different meaning. And just thinking off the top of my head, perhaps in Mr. Weddleton's new language that says modified by passage of a resolution, you could say maybe modified if within the Assembly's legislative powers by passage of a resolution. You could just add a phrase like that for an example.
Okay. Are you proposing an amendment to the amendment, Ms. Zolotel?
Yes, I am proposing what Mr. Gates just said.
Mr. Gates, could you restate what you said and where it would go?
I would insert after the word that's in bold and underlined, the word modified, then insert the phrase, if within the Assembly's legislative powers, and then continuing the language by passage of a resolution.
All right. Is there any statement? I'm sorry, any other questions? Any discussion regarding Ms. Zolotel's amendment to the amendment?
I'll second that if she didn't come.
Okay, yeah, the clerk thanks you for your second. Great. Ms. Vogel, you're in the queue.
Would you mind just saying it again? I'm having a hard time tracking on the phone.
Okay. Within the amendment, in the bold underlined statement, after the word modified, it would add the phrase, if within the Assembly's legislative powers, comma, there may be a comma on both sides, I think. So, if within the Assembly's legislative powers. Ms. Vogel, you were in the queue?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what I would say about this is I appreciate that it acknowledges that there are executive orders that one of the reasons that we do them by executive order in an emergency is because it's really the place where the power comes from. I'm thinking some of the peace officer powers are about riot prevention and shutting down streets or just doing things that are not a typical legislative power. That said, I think one of the reasons why Mr. Dean had trouble giving you an exact line is because it's not going to be that easy necessarily, particularly a larger order, to figure out which parts are legislative and which parts are not. And so my concern is that you're injecting into a time of emergency a real uncertainty about who has what power to modify what. And an emergency is the last time that you want to have that kind of legal uncertainty or let alone rush to the courts. I mean, if you see what's happening in my legal department right now, the courts have put almost everything on earth on hold. I think that this is fuzzy. It's fuzzy because it's based on doctrine and not black letter law. It's hard to know exactly what the ordinance would be in the future, and that, the order would be in the future, and therefore what line it would fall on. I think if it's something that quite clearly the Assembly has the power to legislate, then they could terminate the order under the original wording of this of this EO and pass their own. If, for example, bag ban fees, right? We said we're not going to enforce the fees on the bag ban. Well, if the Assembly had wanted to legislate away the bag ban, that is clearly within legislative powers. And so our temporary non-enforcement could have been sort of vetoed with the sort of refined hammer that this EO gives, and then the Assembly could pass something new. But the ability to edit, again, I just think it's asking for legal confusion at a time of emergency, and I urge a no vote on that.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. We have several people in the queue, starting with Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think I'm getting a little more confused about just the explanation of what's confusing or not confusing. But, just in terms of talking about what really is under the Assembly's legislative powers, it seems to me is always going to be somewhat open to interpretation. So it's probably going, just like the difference between Ms. Vogel and Mr. Gates' opinion on this, I think we're always going to wrestle with some of those issues. There's going to be things that people say, well, that's not really under your purview, or this is absolutely something that this branch has within its power to do. So I don't have a problem. I was thinking about actually not voting for this, but the more I think about it, I think it probably doesn't really clarify exactly the way we would like it to, but at least it gives the thought and the directive for this that would require the Assembly and all of those who look at these kinds of things to decide whether or not this really is something that the legislative branch should be delving into. So I'll support it, even though I do believe that it's always going to be something open to interpretation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So we have several people in the queue. Unfortunately, my clerk informs me that we have our computers are about to shut down and restart, I assume, and there's nothing we can do to stop it. It's going to happen in about 45 seconds. So we are going, IT cannot stop it. So we're going to take a brief dinner break now. And come back and continue discussion on this item. I apologize to my colleagues, but some things cannot be stopped by all the forces in heaven and earth. Thank you. Ms. Zolotel's motion to amend the amendment and to restate, it would be to add the words if within the Assembly's legislative powers. I have several people in the queue. We're starting with Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Weddleton, are you there?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
Well, I support this change. We're obviously getting into fine-tuning and trouble with the administration. And what this idea here was to kind of open the door for a clarification of Emergency Order 3. So that we can kind of recognize what, the reality of business is. Now it essentially says, no, you can't go in your business. And if you do, there's civil penalties and they're severe. You can't go in, period. Stay out of your business. And that simply can't happen. And I think the mayor recognizes that. Every business owner I know knows that, well, that's silly. We can't not go in. Can't not go in. So I just thought to clarify that with the resolution that I laid on the table. And what I'm hoping is that the mayor will take a close look at that now. And if he commits to that clarification of his emergency order, then I'm okay letting this one go. I think this is worth looking at. I think passing it without the amendment, but then look at this amendment for later to kind of get some fine-tuning. Because I just don't think practically why an administration would want to force us to use a bigger hammer than we want. But so anyway, so I guess I'm saying if we could postpone this and go on to something else, but we don't have a big agenda here. I just want to give the mayor a chance to read 7B, that resolution, and if he's comfortable with it, then we don't have to go through this, and when we get to 7B, it should be a quick and easy. How's that work for everyone? Welcome back from your meal.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We have a few other people in the queue to speak to this. Mr. Constant, to the motion to amend the amendment.
Yep. So I have a question about emergency powers again. If the Assembly wanted, does the Assembly have the power to pass an emergency order that supersedes an order of the mayor?
Excuse me. Thank you. I was pulling up the emergency ordinance charter section. I think the answer is yes, to an extent, sort of a qualified yes. And that's because the emergency ordinance that you pass, it's not a broad ordinance type of power. It needs to be, it needs to contain a finding that an emergency exists, and an emergency as defined in our charter, and statement of the facts constituting the emergency. And plus, with the emergency ordinance, you have a higher vote threshold to meet, either all members present or 3/4 of the body, which is 9. So it's a little bit different. An emergency defined in charter is, excuse me for a second, I think that's important to the context here. It's an unforeseen occurrence or condition which results or apparently will result in insufficiency of services or facilities substantially enough to endanger the public health, safety, or welfare. So I think an emergency ordinance needs to acknowledge there apparently will result in an insufficiency of services or facilities as a result of the emergency. With this particular, I guess, specific change Mr. Weddleton is talking about, the hunker down, I think it's kind of difficult to pigeonhole that into the purposes of an emergency ordinance with the definition we have. Is there insufficient facilities and services? And that's the reason to modify the prohibition on all business, the part of Emergency Order 3 that says all other businesses, non-critical businesses, shall be closed. I think that's sort of a mismatched purpose there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Ms. Vogel?
Thank you. Through the chair, my answer is no. The Assembly does not have the power to simply supersede, but they do have the power to declare that the emergency no longer exists, and under the AO as proposed, they have the power to end any regulation, which is sort of the specific part of an order, the way that we've been drafting our emergency orders, or any emergency order itself. And then they could pass something that is in their own power to pass and do. But I think that the mayor has the power in an emergency to do a lot of things that the Assembly does not have the power to do. And the Assembly's power is up or down on, well, if this passes, on the individual regulations. By charter, the Assembly's power is up or down on the emergency itself.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Let's see. In the queue, I have next Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate Ms. Vogel's opinion, but I think, we generally haven't looked at multiple months long emergency orders that were going to remain in effect. And I think this becomes a question of the ability to, whether we can modify something or if we have to wholesale end an order that we don't think is necessary or isn't okay, and then possibly issue our own. Like, it gets really confusing, where I think we'd like to be able to keep, as Mr. Rivera pointed out, a lot of the administration's expertise in some of these emergency orders. But as we watch them play out, I think we have issues that will, as they evolve and they're applied, come up like Mr. Weddleton has raised. So if we don't do it this way, what's the responsive way for us to adapt emergency orders so that they are responsive to changing circumstances, or as we learn new things?
Ms. Vogel?
Again, it's not just an up or down on the whole order. It would be an up or down on any particular regulation. And I think it's a very, very strong negotiating position that the Assembly has the power to end any particular regulation.
Do you have any follow-up, Ms. Zolotel? I'm sorry, Mr. Gates is
I did.
also...
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Gates, and then we'll go back to you,
follow-up.
Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. I wanted to respond to one thing that Ms. Zolotel said. Only terminates an emergency order, and I think that it's important to recognize that, and I had this discussion with Ms. Vogel, and to use this example that Mr. Weddleton was looking at, emergency order EO3, the way that AO 2020-41 is drafted to terminate an emergency regulation order, it doesn't mean this whole EO3 order with all 5 of its regulations. You could terminate regulation 1 and leave regulations 2 through 5 intact, and that would be within the original drafted ordinance that the administration put forth. So modifying would be regulation 1, we're changing the wording within it. So that's the subtle difference here, and I didn't want, I think, any members to think that terminating means all of EO3, the whole hunker down enchilada. It's not, that's not the case. You could terminate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. In the queue, Mr. Perez-Radia.
Oh, Mr. Chair, did I get to ask my follow-up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. So I guess I need a little bit of clarification. So it's emergency orders or regulations. I need a little bit of clarification on where the regulation is specifically versus an order. Because what I'm hearing, I think I heard Mr. Gates say, and I have a hard time hearing him, is that the specific provisions within the order are then the regulations?
Would Mr. Gates or Ms. Vogel want to answer that? Go ahead, Ms. Vogel.
Through the chair, Ms. Zolotel. Yeah, so the way that we've drafted the emergency orders is it says, I hereby order the following emergency response to preserve life in and adjacent to the municipality. I'm reading from the hunker down order right now. The following emergency regulations begin, and then it numbers the individual regulations. So the total document is called an order, and then we have had separate numbered regulations roughly by paragraph. And we've done that with all of our emergency orders. They have individual regulations that are numbered.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Mr. Perez-Radia is in the queue.
Yeah, and apologies. It's a challenge to follow the conversation. So if I'm out of order, just please to tell me. But I really wanted to hear from the mayor in response to Member Weddleton's question/comment about, we've received a number of emails from business owners who are concerned about the way that they are interpreting the order, that they are literally not able to go into their business at all. And I guess I guess I'd like to hear about the sort of the response to that in terms of is there an opportunity to have some level of leeway for those that are taking precaution to be able to enter their businesses and do some work in a very safe way. And I guess I'd like to hear the mayor's response to that so that we can have a way to respond to our constituents who are concerned about that particular point.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
This is Jason Bockenstedt. I will say that we have been receiving a lot of emails and phone calls from businesses around the community as well, and have been responding to a lot of them. These in particular, the way that we have said that they could still operate was one person at a time could be inside the premises doing the necessary work to pick up mail, feed fish, water plants, other kind of work that needs to be done to, secure the premises. The additional piece that we have also made an exception for is that if the employees are members of the same household, there can be more than one in the business at a time, but they have to be members of the same household. So that is how we have been responding to those types of inquiries, to give a little bit of a leeway for folks to still secure their premises and handle mail and things like that.
If I could just add, this is a public health issue. So if you begin looking at the analysis from a public health perspective, it will lead you to a different conclusion than if you begin looking at it as, what are we doing to keep businesses open? The first question should be, what are we doing to save lives? And once we can answer that question, we can proceed to the next question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Chair, just
go ahead.
Thought follow up. With all due respect, I absolutely agree with the mayor in terms of it being a health issue. I just want to, and I think everyone in the conversation knows this, but the economic impact of this is so significant that I think we're all trying to figure out how to balance both the lives and the health of our community with the reality that it is going to have such an economic impact on our communities and our state that many may not recover from it ever. And so I'm just trying to find a balance between how we can keep people safe in a very thoughtful way, but also to the degree that we can keep those that depend on those businesses to pay their rent and to feed their families as viable as possible. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Radia. Mr. Dyson, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. So this has been a classic discussion for all of our country's history, and certainly in the Constitutional Convention there were arguments about state rights, the power of the executive, and so on. And they finally came to the conclusion that the president faced with issues that may originate outside their jurisdiction, i.e. international ones and so on, that they would happen and develop very quickly, and decided to give the president lots of power to handle it. I'm going to support the mayor's position on this because in a fast-changing situation, it's necessary to act quickly, and that we have adequate protection in that we're requiring that these extensions have to be extended by us every 2 weeks or so, but there's nothing that keeps us at any point from, if there's a portion of it we don't like, we can rescind it and modify it and put it on the table 3 minutes later and take care of it. This city's, as all of us learn when we sit in one of these chairs, this city's business is unbelievably complex. And it'd be the rare time that we as the assembly have the knowledge of all the interlocking pieces and so on that to second guess on much of it the mayor. I think what we've done here is fine. I'm not wanting to give us more power, and I don't think it's needed, and we have already the remedy we need, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Weddleton? I'm sorry, John, are you on mute? We couldn't hear you.
Oh, gosh, I was on mute. Shoot. I was waxing quite well, I think. Anyway, this amendment, it surprises me, the opposition to this, when it really forces us, if we see something wrong, to do something major and say, one of these resolutions in your emergency order must go away, instead of saying, let's clarify this or let's modify it slightly. And that's all this does here. And so it seems eminently reasonable and in the flow of what this ultimately does. So listening to Ms. Vogel and others, I just still don't see how a position said you must do something major and we're better with that than do something that's much smaller. Ultimately, whatever we do, the mayor can veto, which none of us want to do, but that's there. And then just to respond to a couple of things, I think Mr. Bockenstadt had talked about what they're currently telling people. And I think one by one that, might help those people you talk to, but it'd be better to have a clear statement written up. People go to the website and say, what does this say in writing so that I can implement, so I can, show my managers or understand myself, what I can do. One aspect is when you say one person can be there. From a safety point of view, if that becomes a message that someone sees someone in, a work site and goes, and I know there's only one, that could be a little risky because on the way out they know there's only one. So that in my proposal in 7B, I'd say up to two, and just for that security aspect. And I'd also say in response to the mayor, I do look at this, and I think all of us are, as a health issue first and business second. But there are some things that we're not doing that we could doing that would help businesses and not create more of a health issue. And that's what in 7B, that clarification really does that. So, it's not anything good for business is bad for the health. They're not necessarily opposed. We can make some improvements with where we are now without impacting the health work that we're doing. So, I hope people will support this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And someone texted me on the phone to remind me that we are still debating Ms. Zolotel's amendment to the amendment. And I realize it's a little bit all of a piece, but perhaps we can try to focus in on that. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Constant preceded you in the queue, but did you want to speak to something specific that was just mentioned?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Dyson, perhaps better than anyone else, knows how much I enjoy legislative debate. But it's not been my practice to engage in it. But I just really want to emphasize that had we followed the strict recommendations of the public health experts, this city would have been in lockdown. This country would have been in lockdown. And that's not the course that we're in. And we are very much towards the beginning of where we are going to wind up. We need to get more of a sense of what the health consequences are of the decisions that have been made. I am painfully aware of the economic cost of this. People I know and people I care about have lost jobs and lost businesses. That is not an easy decision, and it is a reality I contend with every day. But the health consequences of the choices we make are profound. Anything we can do in the beginning phases of this pandemic to reduce the trajectory of the disease have huge repercussions later on. And that's why the decision was made to just allow one person into a building. We understand the importance of maintaining some basic level of operations and security and hygiene inside that business. But until we get the go-ahead from public health experts, I think cracking this open anymore at this time is premature. I would love to be in a position to say, yes, that's the thing that I want to do. But this is not a decision that should be made without the advice of public health experts. And I have not heard a public health expert say that Mr. Weddleton's amendment, and I understand the impetus behind it, I sympathize with it, but I have not heard a public health expert say that this is the course we should embark on at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To clarify, though, I believe you were speaking to 7 Bravo, the resolution that is effectively an amendment, but not the current amendment that's on the floor. Is that right? Okay. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, and I'm going to hew that line pretty closely as well. So what we're really talking about here is a separations of power question, powers. And this debate, it's very interesting. When all of the emails started flowing in about people in support of the amendment we'll come to possibly shortly, they, in their emails to us, were exuberant in what they wanted to be able to do. They believed that it would allow them to begin selling products again over mail delivery books. They believed that they were going to be able to start mail order businessing, and they also believed that they were going to be able to open for limited hours to allow the public in a very clean way. That's what the public perception that was communicated to us was about, and a resolution that said that it would allow non-critical businesses to have employees on site to provide activities that deal with inventory, security, facilitate business being able to continue remotely, or cleaning and sanitizing, etc. And so it's interesting to see how the perception changed in the telephone game by just one step away from the draft. And I think that actually highlights the danger of us stepping into the fray on the executive side. Because we say something and it's immediately extrapolated to something else, but it isn't the facts and it isn't where we want to be going. And that's a problem that we are facing. And if we start inserting ourselves into the modicums of these processes, I think we actually do harm. And I think that's not wise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy, to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I actually do want to speak specifically to the amendment, and once we get through that, then I may have some other comments regarding the amendment to itself. But I think initially I said that I was probably not going to support this amendment to the amendment. But then I said, no, I think I would, because obviously there could be some restrictions there that were helpful. But then I think I'm back now to the idea that it really does kind of muddy the waters a bit. And I'm not sure exactly how everybody else is going to vote on the main amendment, but I think we would be better to just have the cut and dry amendment rather than adding the amendment to the amendment about being within the Assembly's legislative powers. So I'm not going to support that. But I would like for you to put me in the queue for when we actually get to the amendment, the main amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. And right now I don't have anybody else in the queue to speak to the amendment to the amendment. I'll pause here for a moment and see if I get any text about it. Okay, please vote on the amendment to the amendment, which adds the word "if within the Assembly's legislative powers."
Mr. Weddleton,
No.
Ms. Zolotow,
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar.
What?
Are you voting?
Oh, yeah, but
Sorry,
I can.
Sorry. Ms. Kennedy,
No, thank you.
Mr. Rivera,
No.
Ms. LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Padilla.
No.
What's the?
Jennifer, can you switch us? Mr. Chair, the vote was 7 nays and 4 yeas.
Okay, the amendment to the amendment fails 4-7. So we now are back to the main amendment, and Ms. Kennedy, you are in the queue.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually want to support this. I thought it was very interesting to begin with that the administration brought forward a amendment like this that was so specific to emergency orders to clarify that the Assembly at any time can actually decide that that emergency order is no longer necessary and therefore we can terminate it. So that led me to believe that there was indeed a sense that the executive branch needed to recognize that the Assembly, the legislative branch, should have some powers and controls during a time when things can be quite confusing and harried and frustrated and scary and all those things. So I guess when I looked at this, I thought, well, obviously if this passes, the Assembly has the ability to check the mayor, whoever that is, when in a specific emergency order. This isn't an emergency declaration. This is a specific emergency order. So that check or balance, if you will, I thought was very interesting in that it would have to be an all or nothing kind of vote. So either you accept everything in an emergency order or you accept nothing in it. And, of course, if you accept nothing, then the Assembly has the ability to just say, okay, we're ending this. So it just seems to me that in the spirit of being able to adjust in the middle of a declared emergency to the point where you could negate or terminate an emergency order, it just seems to make sense to have the ability to also modify that. And, with a modification, if there was something that an Assembly member or several Assembly members brought forward that said, hey, we think we need to modify this particular executive order to make it work better, whatever the situation is. I mean, we're getting pretty wrapped around the axle in terms of what's happening right before our eyes right now. But in terms of doing good legislation, good public policy, we ought to be trying to separate that out so that we make decisions that are broad enough to basically work in any given situation. So with the idea of Mr. Weddleton's amendment, the idea of modifying it, we're actually going to be able to have good bantering back and forth, good conversation, if you will, much like it's already been happening, in order to make sure that the best approach is brought forward and implemented for our community at large. So this whole idea about trying to modify an emergency order makes a whole lot more sense to me than to just say, oh, it's all or nothing. Because, again, if an Assembly member brings something like this forward, if they were to bring forward a modification on emergency order, you're having the conversation, the public conversation, you're having that legislative bantering, if you will, to really come up with a good consensus of whether or not this is a good thing for the public or it's not a good thing. So I'm wholeheartedly going to support this because I think it still has to go through the public process. It still has to meet with the standard of being approved by a majority of the assembly members in order to do any kind of a modification, the same as it would if we were to just totally decide to terminate any kind of emergency order. So I'll support this. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And actually, for the same reasons, I'm not going to support it. I do support the underlying ordinance. And although some people might have a hard time seeing me as deferent, in the case of an emergency, deference is in some ways in order. And I believe that if you look very closely at this ordinance, and I went over and referenced one of the EOs and saw how it would work, each emergency order has within it items that are identified by number that we could, after this underlying ordinance passes, should it pass, we can remove, we can by a vote of the majority eliminate. That is, in fact, I believe, the best vehicle for sparking that legislative public conversation, where when we identify as a group an item on the list of 12 or 15 that we believe is not right or fair, we can call ourselves together and we can strike that item, and in that conversation direct the administration to address the concern underlying the question, as opposed to us reaching into their procedures and telling them this is how you should do your job. What we're telling them is that's not how you should do your job. Tell us how you're going to do it the way we want. That, to me, is the legislative process fairly embodied in the case of an emergency. And so for that reason, and I understand Mr. Weddleton's concern very highly, I believe that the administration, once we get past this conversation, could send out a communication that more clearly defines for people what they can and can't do with their businesses at this time. But I think it would be unwise for us to step into the actual administrative process in this way. Instead, we're granted the authority, if this passes, to do it item by item. We just eliminate it and say, go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Constant actually highlights the question I have, and it's really getting to what constitutes a modification versus canceling or stopping a regulation. So I'm looking at the emergency order EO3, for example. Would we need to strike out like all of number 1, or would just the bullet underneath be allowable? So I guess I need some clarification, because if it's all or nothing for each number, or could it be each individual provision under a regulation? Thank you.
Would either of the attorneys like to answer? Ms. Vogel?
Thank you. Through the chair, we drafted it to be the whole regulation. It's not sort of a line item on the regulation, but the entire regulation. Most of the time bullets are used as opposed to subparts. It tends to limit the meaning of the regulation or say what's not included. So it's almost sort of, we're not doing X tends to be sort of a sub-bullet of a regulation itself. So it would be sort of improper to number that one because it tends to be saying what we're not doing.
May I ask a follow-up, Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you. The one on number 1, I mean, it really gets to kind of where I'm struggling with whether or not to support this this amendment. Is if the assembly, let's say, wanted to have individuals experiencing homelessness not exempt from the section, then the operation without modifying it would be for us to pass our own emergency order. Am I understanding that correctly?
Ms. Vogel?
Through the chair, yeah, if it was something that the Assembly had the power to do. The bullet points are generally saying what we're not doing. So, yeah, here we said everyone should stay at home. Individuals experiencing homelessness are exempt from this section. And there are other ones, I think, where we were talking about closures of restaurants where we wanted to specify what we were not including in that closure. So the bullet points tend to be things that we have not done.
And one last follow-up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the current process for the administration then to change or modify an emergency order as it gets feedback from either the Assembly or the public?
Go ahead, Ms. Vogel.
Through the chair, Ms. Altel. So there are a couple ways that we have clarified. We've provided some guidance through FAQs. We respond to individual inquiries, and then we can always reissue or modify an order or update an order. We could also issue official guidance and adopt that as a regulation. So there are sort of a number of tools that we could use. The state in their emergency orders has updated them. Theirs are called health mandates. Their way of doing it has been to update them. Sometimes there's been an attachment of what constitutes a critical business on the state list, for example, and then they updated that list and replaced it. So I think there are a few different tools, but it's quite nimble when it's from the executive branch.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciated this thoughtful discussion that we've had here. From my perspective, though, there's nothing that prevents us right now from having thoughtful dialogue with the administration in public on changing the order. Many of us have already engaged in dialogue with the administration on these issues. The ordinance as originally proposed, I think, strikes the balance of power and checks and balances. I go to the question that I asked at the beginning. Should we be stepping into this arena? Should we be making this a legislative power where the 11 of us, hopefully soon to be 12 of us, get to debate on this issue and make amendments to the amendment on emergency regulations? My answer to that is simple, no, so I will be voting no on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Pause for a moment. Okay, let's vote on the amendment to the ordinance.
Mr. Weddle?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
No.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Mr. Perez Padilla?
No.
That motion fails 3-8. We are now to the ordinance itself, unless there are other amendments proposed. Okay, any discussion on the ordinance itself? Mr. Constant.
I'll just reiterate a request to the administration to publish clear guidelines for businesses on how they can maintain the safety, security, hygiene of their businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Anyone else like to discuss this ordinance?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, I'm sorry, who is that?
this is Crystal Kennedy.
Ms. Kennedy, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just had a question in terms of what this would actually look like. I'm assuming that if the Assembly decided that an emergency order was inappropriate or not necessary or whatever the reason would be for declaring that the emergency order wasn't necessary, would that just be, that's a simple resolution process? Okay, yeah, I see that there now. Passage of a resolution. So it would just be the idea of submitting a resolution, and would there be a special meeting behind that, or would it be one of those processes that require all the regular notification and the 2-week time limit? I guess I'm really looking at how the timing of this would work if the assembly had some kind of a sense of urgency to stop an emergency order. Thank you.
Is there anyone that can speak to Ms. Kennedy's question? Ms. Kennedy, could you quickly just restate what your question is, very
Thank you. Yes, Mr.
shortly?
Chair. Yes, my question would be, if an assembly member were to implement this particular allowance, what would the time frame? What kind of an allowance of a time frame would it take?
Okay. Mr. Gates, can you speak to that?
If I understand right, the question would be the time frame for the assembly to terminate an emergency order or regulation. So, and that process. Well, we haven't used this process very often, and this is a new code section, so I'm not really sure if I can answer with any certainty, but I think it would merely be draft resolution referring to the emergency order, or maybe the regulation that's contained in it, and then you need to have a meeting, and you could call a special meeting for that purpose, and that requires 24 hours notice, but we usually try to have all the agenda items 48 hours beforehand, and I invite the clerk to correct me on these nuances of that process, because they're more experienced than I am, but so you need 24 hours by law for the special meeting, but 48 hours to really get an agenda and documents prepared, and then have that special meeting where you could have the resolution before you and vote on it. So maybe 48 hours minimum time frame to do so.
Thank you, Mr.
That answers the question.
Thank you, Mr. Gates.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this ordinance? Okay. Please vote on the ordinance.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Salazar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. We are now on item 5B, emergency ordinance number EO 2020-1, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019 by appropriating an amount not to exceed $3 million from an interfund loan from the area-wide general fund to the COVID-19 fund, and an amount not to exceed $250,000 of utilities unrestricted net positions to their respective operating funds, approving a temporary exception to the unreserved fund balance designation policy for the municipality of Anchorage, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of such appropriations introduced by the Office of the Mayor. Public testimony is now open. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone to testify to this?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Haberman would like to testify on this item.
Okay, please give him a call.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Haberman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Right.
Mr. Haberman, we are now discussing emergency ordinance number EO 2020-1, providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures related to COVID-19. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, basketball resident for over 43 years, approximately 20 years resident of Anchorage, and currently a resident in Metro Valley. I go to page 2 of 4. The last whereas was basically saying the words in this item that excluding from a tax increase limitation otherwise proposed by Charter Section 1403 and allowing for the recovery of any cost reimbursed by state and federal assistance, unless I'm misinterpreting these words, is the so-called tax cap or whatever. This is allowing them to ignore the tax cap and to on these funds that's being identified here. So that will mean there's taxes without a tax cap. That concerns me. And also the issue is it's a long day, forgive me. What I've witnessed since this emergency that was approved by the Assembly is this. There was a concern at the meeting before the Assembly approved, given the authorization for the mayor to do. There's a need to have a conversation, a need to connect with the Assembly. Well, what I've witnessed is here we got an item talking about like $3 million, and they're asking the transfer the funds over to another account. But where is that dialogue, that conversation out in the open of the costs already affecting Anchorage? One would think this time, long before you got to this step, that the administration, the mayor, would have gone to the Assembly in a public forum and explained what it's been costing the city and identify what future costs will cost the city that was not expected when the annual budget that was approved back in November of last year. So here we are now with writing basically pretty much a blank check. A blank check to take the funds and spend money. Now, I'm not questioning that there's a need that was not foreseen in the past. This is obvious. We were not ready for this situation. There are costs. But this does not allow a situation of writing a blank check and without having a conversation with the Assembly. And this material here tonight doesn't identify clearly what those costs are. That concerns me there. Also, are we talking about 3 weeks from now that they're going to ask for another $3 million, $4 million, or $5 million? There's no identity also what the cost and also the identity of the situation of collecting taxes. Can the people pay their taxes? Okay, so in closing, I'm not questioning at all the emergency. I'm not questioning it's affecting everyone. But when you do such a thing without appropriate conversation by the administration...
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Your time has expired. Okay. Is there anyone else to testify to this item? All right. The deputy clerk has notified me no one else asked to be called on this item. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Can I get a second?
Second, LaFrance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Constant.
Thanks. Mr. Wilbur, I'm just hoping you would give a plain English reading of what we're about to do.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Constant. I appreciate the question. What we are about ready to do is we are asking the Assembly to appropriate money that wasn't currently budgeted out of our reserve cash pool and put it into a separate fund that as the expenses come in for the COVID-19, we will be tracking those and consuming this separate fund. Right now, what is happening is since we activated the Emergency Operations Center and have been incurring expenses, and this ordinance budget has an estimate of how much expense we would incur out till April 14th. Right now, departments are consuming their approved operating budget. What we want to do, similar to what we've done in the earthquake, and that is pull those expenses out of the operating budget and put them into this separate fund. Also similar to the earthquake, we do anticipate reimbursement either from the state or the federal level. The process that we established from the earthquake on tracking and the ability to get reimbursement, and then any activity that would not be eligible for reimbursement from the states or the feds, similar to the earthquake, we would take the similar approach to the expenses for COVID-19. So the other thing I would add is to Mr. Aberman's comment, and that is this is only $3 million. We do expect that we'll be coming back with another one. The difference between what we're doing here And what we did in the earthquake is when we were looking at an estimate cost of the earthquake, we were fixing buildings, we were fixing known assets of known value for replacement. As we've been talking about tonight, we don't know how long this is going to go on. We don't know how much expense we are actually going to incur. So rather than guess how much that is, we are doing it in pieces, and we will continue to do it in pieces. So the expenses that are identified here are the known expenses that we've incurred and those that we expect to spend by April 14th. We know that there will be additional expenses to support some of the activities that have occurred since we put this in place. So yes, it's very likely that on April 14th, we will be asking for another appropriation into the same fund when we have better information about what we're going to spend on the short term. And if we keep going, then we will ask again. But the difference is, right now we don't know. So it makes no sense to ask for a huge amount of money at this point in time until we actually know what we have spent and we're going to spend in the near horizon. So hopefully that answers your question. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Quick follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Does anything in this process short-circuit the requirement under the EO that there's a report every 15 days that details the expenditures expended under the emergency powers?
There is not.
So we'll be seeing that report soon?
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I can just add, I'll just tell you very briefly what we're spending this money on is we spent roughly a little over $1 million on non-labor type of activities, standing up the Emergency Operations Center, equipping the fire department with some masks and stuff that they've require immediately. We've spent or plan to spend from the time that we stood up the Emergency Operations Center till the middle of April, potentially up to $900,000 in support of the emergency shelters, standing it up, housing it, supporting it, and then we're probably roughly about another $1 million just in the staff support in a month at the Emergency Operations Center and all of the things that they have done. The time that they've spent, it's basically a 7-day week operation, and so we know that those expenses are coming in the door.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Would anyone else like to discuss this item? Questions or debate? I am not seeing any. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdillo?
Yes.
All right, that item passes unanimously. That concludes our public hearing items. We now have ordinances for introduction, so I'll need a motion, a second, and a third to introduce. We're now on item 6A, ordinance number AO 2020-43, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly extending the business personal property inventory tax returns deadline to provide relief from the effects of the COVID-19 public health emergency, introduced by Member LaFrance with public hearing on the 14th of April. Do I have any motions?
So moved.
I'm sorry, I should say, what is the will of the body?
Move to introduce.
Okay.
Second, LaFrance.
Okay.
Third, Zolotow.
Wonderful. Move second and third and set for public hearing on the 14th. We now have before us item 6B. Item 6B, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly temporarily discounting Title 21 and Title 23 development fees as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, introduced by the chair at request of the mayor. What is the will of the body?
Move to introduce.
Moved by Mr.
Second, Rivera.
Okay.
Third, LaFrance.
Okay. Moved second and third. That will be before us. Let's see. Actually, there isn't a. Is it?
414.
Okay. Is there a statement on here with the public hearing date?
414 on the document I have.
Okay. So that public hearing is for the 14th of April. We now have before us item 7A, resolution number AR 2020-93, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the administration's cooperation to extend the property tax installment payment due dates and the business personal property and inventory tax return filing date in response to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, introduced by Chair Dunbar, Vice Chair Weddleton, Assemblymember LaFrance, and Mayor Berkowitz. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, going back and forth between all these buttons gets kind of challenging sometimes. But I actually have an amendment I would like to move on this, and I believe Mr. Gates has a copy of it that he should be able to send to all of you, but I am hoping to find it myself here. I'd like to move to add an additional line in the therefore clause. It looks like it would be beginning at line 25 to say, and further, that the administration submit an ordinance that provides for prorated exemption for 2020 only of the business, personal, property, and inventory, I want to actually say inventory tax for the period in which a business was forced to close by an emergency order or regulation.
Yeah. Mr. Gates, do you have a copy of that? Do we have a copy of that we can distribute to my colleagues? I don't see it in our packet.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm clicking send right now.
You're hitting send right now?
Yeah, you should be receiving it just now.
Okay. So we'll take a brief pause until everyone receives that, and then, Ms. Kennedy, you'll need a second.
What's up? Yeah, the lead. Yeah, not yet. We
property, unless you want to say personal property and inventory tax are the same, one and the same thing. That's a possibility.
Okay, well, we have it up on the screen here. Have folks on the phone received that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. Does she have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Dyson. Discussion on this amendment. And Ms. Kennedy, we have it in front of us now.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm putting this in because one of the things that I think has been problematic with the closure of the businesses is the fact that we have several businesses who can't sell their inventory. So the idea of them being charged for those inventories would be problematic. So for the 2020 year, and of course this really, the way we do inventory tax, if I'm not mistaken, we actually assess them for the prior year. So people will be assessing that tax from 2019's inventory. But we would want to make sure that for the 2020 assessment, they were not going to be also assessed for any inventory that they were not allowed by emergency order to sell. So this would provide a bit of a tax break for those people who are stuck with that inventory until their businesses are open again and they can sell that inventory. So anyway, this is hopefully an additional tax measure that may help mitigate some of the negative impacts to the emergency situation that we're in right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, I just want to congratulate Ms. Kennedy for thinking about this. I hadn't. I guess that's not a high compliment that I hadn't, but this is a significant issue and is another way we can help out some folks that are going to be carrying a big inventory and not able to market their products. So I just want to encourage support of Ms. Kennedy's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Slifka, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment on the operational ability of this. Two things. One, to remind everybody that inventory is valued on January 1st, and then as is been submitted, people are required to file their reports now this year on May 20th, and then the bills for that go out, and as we've said, we're probably going to extend those bills into September 30th and November 30th. One of the things that I think I've shared many times is our assessment system is antique. It's running on a mainframe. We're in the middle of a 3-year process to upgrade it. And as I've tried to share, there are very few things that we can change. And trying to prorate this tax is something that we are going to look at, but I'm just going to offer out there. It is probably not going to be possible. And the other thing, of course, I'd like to point out is inventory that people had on January 1st. They had 2.5 months of selling that stuff. So I just want to make sure that you're aware of those two items, how it's valued and the fact that we look forward to your input, but I just want to say that it's unlikely that we have the physical capacity to actually comply with your request in this regard.
Thank you, Mr. Slifka. Ms. Zolotel, you're in the queue.
Actually, Mr. Slifka just answered my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gates?
Thank you. I just wanted to apologize for the appearance of the amendment with the red text and strikeouts. That was my editing, and I didn't realize that when I sent. So all the bolded and underlined language is new, and the red strike through words you can ignore. But the red bolded language is good. Anyways, I think it makes sense. But I did that in haste, so my apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
All right, thank you. So, I support this. I really appreciate Ms. Kennedy bringing this. And, I appreciate Mr. Slivka's kind of presentation of the challenges, and I think he said that it might be impossible. And I'd say that there are, thousands of businesses right now facing the absolute unimaginable impossible. If they can do it, we can do it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Would anyone else like to speak to this amendment? Let's see here. Okay. Seeing no one, please vote on the amendment.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes. Did you get my yes?
I believe we did. Yep. I believe that was.
It was 10 to 1.
That amendment passes 10 to 1.
Actually, I might, Weddleton here.
Okay.
Do I have a conflict?
No, you're part of a large category of folks. No. Someone else on the body can challenge it, but the ruling of the chair is because small business owners are a large category of people, and I assume this is a relatively small percentage of your total revenue, that I am not declaring you have a conflict.
Not revenue, it's a cost, but yes.
Right. Yeah. Would anyone like to challenge my ruling? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay. All right, so that passes.
A quick question for Mr. Slivka. Can you refresh me on what the portion of our budget or the amount that we tax under this tax?
Certainly, through the chair, the total amount we get from the personal property and inventory tax is around $50 million a year.
Thank you, Mr. Slivka. So we are now back to the main resolution as amended. Was there any discussion of the main resolution? Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to support this. I actually know that there's certainly been a lot of people, Mr. Slivka, Mr. Wilbur, Mr. Moore, all been doing a lot to try to figure out how to alleviate some of the crushing impacts of where we're at with the emergency declaration and just with the pandemic in general. So I appreciate all the ideas that have been coming forward. I think there will probably be even more. And I certainly think that we'll be possibly looking at some very creative things here in the next few months as we really begin to get a better picture of what kind of economic damage has occurred in our community. So I'm happy to support this. I just want to give the administration some kudos for working so hard to try to find ways, and I hope they continue to find more ways. So appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Yeah, with the amendment we just passed, we shifted the tax burden from small business owners to property owners. I'm hopeful that we can figure out a way to include that differential in our damages for this crisis in some way so that we aren't just shifting the burden onto one other set of taxpayers, because in the end, somebody pays. This is a good ordinance, resolution. It's worth support, but it's just worth noting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Would anyone else like to speak to this resolution? Okay. Seeing and hearing no one, please vote on this resolution.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Yes.
That resolution passes unanimously. We are now on item 7B, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly amending EO3, the proclamation of emergency hunker down order issued by the mayor on March 20th, 2020 and extended in effect to April 14th, 2020, introduced by Assembly Chair, Vice Chair Weddleton. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on this item.
I'd like to amend it.
Okay.
On page 2, line 20.
Line 20.
Change the word resolves to request the mayor to, or just request the mayor.
Maybe request that the mayor modify?
It would say So therefore, the Anchorage Assembly requests the mayor to modify Anchorage
Okay,
emergency
that's fine.
order.
Yep. I got it. Requests the mayor. All right, so the amendment would be on line 20 to replace resolves with requests the mayor. Would you like to speak to the amendment, Mr. Weddleton?
You know, it's funny.
Second that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Who was that?
Zalatow.
Okay. Do we have public hearing on this? People will call, email to speak, and I guess.
No, we don't have public hearing on this. This is a resolution.
Oh, shoot. Well, to everyone who wanted to speak on it, I'm sorry if I misled you in listeners' land.
They can, yeah, I mean, we could call them during audience participation, I suppose, but yeah, it's a resolution without a public hearing.
Yeah, I should know that by now.
Do you have? Do you want to discuss your amendment, Mr. Weddleton?
Well, you know, we've had quite a bit of discussion on it earlier, and you know, we could go the route where, and I've got Mr. Gates has prepared an emergency order that would say we delete number 4, and an emergency order that says, and a separate one, that we replace it with the new wording here that is proposed as a Section 6. And that's the heavy-handed thing that the mayor doesn't want. In our discussions on this, I find this proposal, the change, to be fairly minimal. And you know, it means, I mean, the mayor said we should think first of health and second of what's good for business. And it sounds to me like we're all on board for that. I'm certainly there. These changes don't hurt our health goal, but also make things clearer for businesses. Doesn't really necessarily change what they're doing now, but makes it much more clear. He'll get less phone calls and helps out business a bit. And he made the point, he said, that, well, were the health professionals coming out in support of this? Well, I didn't go check with any. I guess that was my fault. But, you know, if you look at the governor's mandates, which are also presented by medical professionals. I mean, Dr. Zink is like, you know, our movie star now in Alaska, and their proposal is quite a bit broader than what we have here. They have actually, as essential businesses that can be open, any business that can have less than 10 people in it. So a store could have 2 employees and 8 customers come in, and that would qualify them as an essential business. We're not going anywhere near that. This doesn't do that. And I believe at this stage of the COVID-19, that's a very loose way to be. But the governor also recognizes very clearly that businesses have basic operations that they have to do. And in this Section 6, A, I, and double I are actually straight out of the state description of that. Triple I, actually cleaning, sanitizing, site maintenance, actually parallels some of what has come out, perhaps informally, in emails or clarifications from the mayor. It does have here up to 2 employees, and you know, I just feel allowing that as a safety issue, because if someone sees 1 in there, as the mayor's proposed, that, you know, when they leave, someone with ill intent would know, hey, they're alone. I know it because that's the law. If someone wants to amend that to 1, I don't suppose I'd fight too hard on that. But so I find this is very reasonable. It's not anywhere going to hurt our effort against COVID-19. And then briefly, Mr. Constance comment that this was misunderstood by some people. You know, I just this afternoon sent it to a few people, and I think they gave it a super quick read because they had about 30 minutes from my email to when they needed to email to testify, which they can't do. It's my fault. But, you know, I think this is stated very clearly. And when it's read very clearly, it's actually more clear than what has come out previously of what businesses can do. To alleviate that, because I agree with them, it is very important to be very clear on what we can do. And this clearly does not say curb service, and it doesn't say let people into the store. And in other wording in this order, it's very clear that those aren't allowed, and in other statements from the mayor. So I urge your support. This is the kinder, gentler version, and I think the mayor should support as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment, correct, just to change some of that wording?
Yes. The amendment changes resolves to request the mayor to...
Okay, to modify. Okay. Well, I guess I'll definitely support that, and I guess just as a whole, I'm going to support the entire amendment. But I do have a question, I guess, to Mr. Weddleton, and I think, like you said, this is just kind of gone out to people. But I did hear a couple of amendments that sounded like there were some people who were ready to kind of fling open the doors and just keep customers at a distance, and I don't think that that's the intent behind any of this. I think, like Mr. Weddleton said, that this is a clarification. But if people were able to do to operate their business by fulfilling any kind of mail order, it would allow that capacity. So I will support this, but I think we're still going to have to make sure that people are clear even on what this does. So something to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Any other discussion on this resolution? I'm sorry, on this amendment to the resolution? All right, please vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. We are now back to the main motion. Any discussion on the main motion? Okay, please vote on the main motion. One moment. We're having an issue with the computer, but it's going to be resolved soon.
Okay, now we are at the main motion.
Okay.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Fred? Mr. Dyson? That item passes unanimously. I believe that concludes our...
The AIM didn't get listed, so now we just need a motion to accept AIM 41.
Okay, can I see that first? Where is the... Do you have a copy of it? Okay. So in your packet, you should have an AIM 41-2020, and this just has all of the testimony that was emailed into the Assembly. And for the member that suggested, I'm not remembering who it was, but suggested that it come to us in a rolling basis, thank you for that. I think it helped us follow some of the testimony. Okay, so can I get a motion to accept AIM 41-2020?
Move to accept.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to accepting AIM 2020? Okay, not hearing any opposition, that AIM is accepted. We are now down to audience participation. Oh, I'm sorry, the clerk is...
There is laid on the table AR. Have we printed that, Jennifer? No.
I'm sorry, there's a laid on the table,
Okay.
like...
Yes, Jennifer is emailing it right now. And we are printing it.
Okay. All right, for those on the phone, there's a laid on the table AR that we have not received yet, that we are expecting in our email inboxes shortly. Oh, I see. So, Mr. Weddleton, this is an AR to terminate.
No, I'm sorry. No, I will not move these.
Okay, so I think that was a miscommunication. That
Yeah,
we have those
sorry.
drafted and they are in people's inboxes, but because we passed that resolution, you're saying you do not intend to introduce them?
These would have got us in the big battle. I don't think it's appropriate right now.
Okay. All right.
And I would like to thank Mr. Gates. He spent a whole lot of time on this, going back and forth, and it was much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gates. Okay, with that, I think we are on audience participation. Ms. Veneklassen, do we have anyone who asked to participate?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a few. Your first is Brian Harton.
Okay, let's give him a call.
Remember.
Oops. Excuse me.
The digit 0 or 1 is not required to complete a local.
Okay, let's try that again.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Harton. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Oh, hi. Yeah, I was watching online, and I don't think I need to participate at this time, but thank you for the call.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harton.
Thank you, Mr. Harton.
Bye now.
Like I said, there are dozens of people watching this. Dozens. We have another person, Ms. Veneklassen?
Mr. Visser has asked to be taken off the list as well, so we'll move on to Mr. Haberman.
Thank you. Now there are fewer dozens.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Haberman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Mr. Haberman, this is a time for audience participation. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Right. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, Alaska resident for approximately 43 years, 20 of those years, an Anchorage resident, currently a resident of Metro Valley. I continue to witness in which you are capable of doing the right thing, but you're not willing to do the right thing. What I mean is compliance with the Open Meetings Act, a separate law, providing a reasonable opportunity to public be heard. Just before audience participation, you had two items, resolutions for action, that deal with the situation we're in the state. And the fact is, there was no place for public comment. These type of ways you do the agenda without connecting with the people, without giving them an opportunity to have their say, is not appropriate. It's creating more of a situation in which the public is being left out in that conversation. It's more like a one-sided conversation, and the end result is the public feels, what part did we have in this conversation? And we're showing it, very little. And the end result is they're less comfortable with the decision and less supportive. And also remind you, laws need the support of the public. This is to the press. I believe in the freedom of press. I believe the press has a right to not report what I say, but when there's a public hearing and they only report what the politicians and bureaucrats say and don't report what the public say, they violate balanced journalism. During this emergency, they've been shown where they've done this and continue to do this thing. And also note this, the records putting into the records, these sidebar conversations, emails, they should all be out in the open before the public goes for a public hearing, not after. And I leave you with that, and I wish you all the best in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. All right. Is there anyone else, Ms. Veneklassen? Mr. Weddleton, the two folks that were going to speak to 7 Bravo, do you think we should call them during audience participation?
No, I don't think so. It would be not totally effective, and I guess as they've That was what they were interested in.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. So yeah, we won't call them. Does that conclude our people, Ms. Venneklassen? Okay. All right. This time we have time for assembly comments. You know what? I think I can do this. I'll just start calling down the row. Actually, we'll start with Mr. Dyson. Oh, maybe we won't. Okay. Next, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Enjoyed the meeting. Good debate. I think it's an important conversation we've had tonight. Want to wish everyone well in this very difficult time. And yep, that's it. Thanks very much for the good meeting. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thanks again to all my colleagues. All of you are so thoughtful and care so much about this community, and to the mayor and his team too. I'm just really proud to work with you all. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant.
Try to steal Mr. Peterson's thunder since he goes next. Everybody vote. There's an election on. Ballots are due 1 week from today, approximately 11 hours. Oh, yeah, exactly one week from today, minus 30 minutes. And so cast your ballots. Do your duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Mr. Constant stole my thunder there. And so, yeah, get those votes in early, give our people a chance to get them counted. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
Not much to add. Just stay healthy, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two things. I am being given the opportunity to zoom in on the conversation with the Eagle River component to the Economic Resiliency Task Force, and that's to be held either Thursday or Friday. I don't think they've actually settled, or last I heard, they hadn't settled on a day yet. But anyway, I'm really looking forward to that conversation, or just listening in, because there are a lot of people that really want to chime in on how we get out of what we believe is going to be a real economic problem for a lot of our small businesses particularly. So anyway, I will let you know what I hear about that. And then the other thing is, as the administration looks at some of the things that we can do to kind of hunker down as well, I'm hoping that we will also take into consideration that there may be some expenses that people had thought maybe were in the budget this year that really may not be. And for the very reason that Mr. Constant brought up, that to a certain extent, whatever we do to alleviate taxes for somebody probably dumps more of the tax bill in somebody else's lap, and we have to be very conscious of that. So I'm just hoping that even though I believe there's probably a good rationale behind moving forward with some of our capital projects, I think we ought to really look seriously at whether or not we purchase new equipment to the same extent that we were planning on doing. So, if this year isn't a good year to buy a new car, we wait a little bit longer. I hope we're taking a lot of that into consideration right now, because I'm very concerned with whether or not, even though some things have been assessed at the end of last year, I'm very concerned about whether or not people can pay that tax bill this year. So that's my comment. And anyway, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you to my colleagues in the administration for the thoughtful debate. I will share, I actually closed one of my small businesses because it was all around gathering, and the time for that is not now, and it is uncertain for a long enough period of time. So I'm very sympathetic to those who have to make these hard choices with regards to their business. We were lucky we didn't have any employees. But 4.5 years of hard work, it's bittersweet, and it's really hard. So I'm extremely sympathetic, and I appreciate, though, the public health and safety measures that are in place and that we need to follow so that we can fare as best as possible. So thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So earlier today, I was on a phone call with Mr. Sherwood and Ms. Honest with the ABC board. Today was day one of 2 of their quarterly or regular board meetings. And we were on the phone just in case mom and pops came up. It did not, so we're going to be on the phone tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we will be having the mom and pops hearing, and I will be testifying. So I'll keep everyone in the loop on how that is going. Otherwise, everyone stay healthy and safe, and a big thanks to the administration for all of their hard work and for working closely with the Assembly on these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to everyone on the Assembly and the administration for the meeting tonight and working together during this difficult time. I appreciate the invitation to be included on the Economic Resiliency Task Force conversation with Girdwood yesterday, and am uplifted by the level of collaboration and the ideas coming forward. Today was an interesting kind of back-to-school day with kids participating via Zoom, and I think it went pretty well. But during the course of our meeting, I actually, Mr. Chair, got a question from a constituent and was wondering if the mayor is still there.
He is, reluctantly.
Okay. The question has to do with, has the city received any information regarding the number of recovered cases yet, or is it too soon, or would that be something that the state would provide? And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, would you want to speak to that?
There is some information, but that's primarily done through the state, and part of the data shortfall that we have is that there's a lag time, but we definitely keep track of recovered individuals.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
May I follow up, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. LaFrance.
Do we have a number in terms of how many people have recovered in our community?
Well, I see Bill Falsey sitting in the room here, and he is the one who is tasked with having those numbers. Bill, do we have a number? He indicates that we will have it tomorrow. I mean, this is part of what the difficulty is in managing the situation, is that we're playing catch-up in terms of getting the data that we need in order to manage it as completely as we need to. We've got to the point where we have a model in place, where we have a dashboard that we're standing up so we can assess this on an ongoing basis. We're going to try and make this as visible to the public as we can, and hopefully everyone will have the same information at the same time, and even if they don't agree with the conclusions that we make, they'll see why we made them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. LaFrance, do you have a follow-up to that?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So I'll just say briefly thank you again to my colleagues who are on the phone. Again, I know it is really difficult to follow a meeting like this, and I think you guys did a great job. With that, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. We're adjourned.